harus modal yang besar dan juga stable gitu. Nah, karena jika bisnis bangkrut, kita masih punya backup dari pekerjaan tersebut, dan juga bagaimana pendapat profesor terhadap hal tersebut, karena banyak pebisnis yang biasanya memulai bisnisnya itu dengan hutang bank dan akhirnya bangkrut. Okay, thank you. That's the question.
Okay, Prof. She asked about if we want to start our business, we must have some money. So, do you agree if we want to start business, we must work in the company? So, if our business is bankrupt, so we still have job in their company, in our company, and then what do you think about we take credit, we take a loan in the bank for our capital to start the business, because if we fail to doing business, we cannot pay to the bank.
Okay, so this is an interesting question. This is about money, right? The money that we need. Remember, as I said, you are very, very young, so it is better, even if you have a good idea, start with a job, little, do 2-3 years job, because that will help you to broaden your skills, broaden your vision. You will get an understanding of the market. And in the meanwhile, try to save some money, okay? Every one of us can save some money. And while you are job, maybe try and test your idea. Remember that if you start your business, you have the first good idea, it does not mean that that idea is going to be successful. So maybe you need to try and test, maybe you need to do 2 to 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, or maybe 50 times. Remember McDonald's, right? Or KFC. So this KFC guy, he was successful after 50-year-old. He was not successful in 20-year-old. So he was learning, he was failing, he was learning, he was failing. So business takes some time. In the meanwhile, the best is save some money. And if you think that your business idea is very good, then maybe ask some partnership. So, some other people to join your idea and work on that. And if you need money from the bank, of course, you can go for the bank. But first, the most important thing is work on your idea, work on your product. So if your product is good, people will be giving to you the money. For example, if you have a good idea that no one has, and I believe that it could be successful, so we can take your idea, so that means we can work 50-50. So I will give you the money, you have the idea, so we will do the business. So there are many people, companies who are willing to do that, okay?
Okay.
So, thank you so much, guys, for your very attentively listening. It is great pleasure to be here. Can you put the presentation, please? The first present. Okay, I would like to thank you to all of you, and especially those students who asked the questions. The last slide, please. The thank you slide. Yes, this one. Thank you so much. Please have a big hand for those students who asked the questions. The last tip that I can give in this lecture, you should not hesitate. You should not, shy, right? Because you need to develop your confidence. Thank you so much. And Miss Krisma, and we have Miss Assa. Thank you so much for moderation, right?
Okay. Thank you for your teach today for session. I think this is very interesting, Prof. Jadi teman-teman, jika ingin memulai suatu bisnis, selain punya modal, kita juga harus punya ide yang bagus, ya. Idenya seperti apa? Untuk melihat kondisi pasar. Kondisi pasarnya bagaimana? Kondisi makro, kondisi mikro itu seperti apa? Kemudian setelah kita mengetahui kondisinya, kita bisa tahu bisnis apa yang akan kita buat, ya. Setelah bisnis apa yang kita buat, entah baik berupa produk maupun berupa jasa. Jadi semua tergantung dari pemikiran kita, ya. Kalau awalnya berawal, yang penting kita punya niat dulu, ya. Kita survei pasar. Setelah survei pasar, kita tahu kondisi pasarnya, baru kita akan memikirkan suatu bisnis yang akan kita lakukan. Nah, selain memikirkan bisnis yang akan kita jalankan, kita juga harus berani menanggung resikonya. Seperti yang tadi ditanyakan bahwasannya jika kita mengambil loan atau mengambil hutang di bank setelah itu gagal, nah itu apa resiko yang terjadi. Jadi semua juga harus dipertimbangkan. Tadi juga sudah diberikan beberapa tips jika kita sebagai seorang mahasiswa, apa yang bisa kita lakukan untuk memulai suatu bisnis. Salah satunya adalah yang tanpa modal, yaitu kita bisa melakukan desain, entah desain itu apa, desain sepatu, desain baju, kita bisa menjual itu. Itu yang tidak membutuhkan modal. Jadi bisnis itu sangat simple. Jadi tanpa modal pun kita juga bisa memulainya. Yang penting kita punya ide yang bagus, tergantung dari pemikiran kita. Ya, mungkin itu yang tadi disampaikan cukup menarik terkait dengan fundamental. Jadi jika kita ingin memulai suatu bisnis, apa saja yang ingin kita siapkan? Tidak hanya SWOT analisis saja ternyata, tetapi kita juga harus tahu kondisi makro dan kondisi mikro, sehingga kita bisa menentukan produk dan jasa yang akan kita buat di dalam suatu bisnis. Oke, thank you Prof for this session. Yeah. Give applause to Prof Afsfak. Very interesting, not only for students, also for us, for lecture, because we know not only SWOT analysis, we also looking forward for fundamental like micro and micro. So if we know about macro and micro, we can decide what product we want to sell, that's product or service. Okay, thank you Prof. Maybe we can break for 10 minutes because maybe there is student going to bedroom ya, restroom, and then jika ada yang ingin pergi ke toilet silahkan, kita istirahat 10 menit. Setelah itu kita lanjut session 2 ya, materi kedua dari Prof Aswak.
Okay. One last thing. Sometimes I'm not a very frequent user of Instagram, but sometimes I do share tips and techniques on entrepreneurship on Instagram. So here is my ID, that is dr_m ashfaq. So if you would like to follow, most welcome.
Ya, silahkan follow
Instagramnya
Prof Aswak. Okay, after this you will famous in Indonesia, Prof. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Maybe you can 10 minutes ya.
Oke, teman-teman silakan yang mau ke toilet dulu boleh. Kita break 10 menit terus lanjut ke sesi 2 ya.
Ya, silakan yang mau ke toilet,
silakan.
Silakan ke toilet dulu. 10 menit lagi kita mulai sesi berikutnya. Mas, minta tolong di
Udah ke toiletnya? Udah ngemil-ngemilnya? Oke, so maybe we can continue our session 2. So in session 2 we will discuss about fintech. Ada yang tahu fintech di sini? Ada yang tahu? Fintech. Oh ya, oke. Fintech. Ada yang pakai fintech di sini? Pasti pakai dong. Pakai apa aja? OVO. Oke, terus GoPay. Ada saldonya enggak? Ada, alhamdulillah. Oke. Oke. So this session we will discuss about fintech. So sebentar ya, masih siap-siap. Oh, teman-teman, info untuk pretest tadi udah di-share ke ketua kelas. Jadi silakan untuk mengerjakan pretestnya sambil menunggu pemateri. Boleh silakan diisi ya pretestnya ya. Oke guys.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay, so we will continue our session about revolution of fintech. Yes, sir. Yeah. So maybe we will talk about how the financial technology grows time to time. So, okay.
Okay, can we close the door, please? Where are the students? Okay, may I have attention of everyone? Please stop using smartphones. May I have the attention of everyone? Okay, please come quickly. So, if I correctly understand, so this is the group that will only attend this presentation, and after the lunch we will have new students. So this is the last, okay, so this is the last group. Okay guys, so this is the last lecture with you, and I hope the way you have attended the first lecture, I really enjoyed it. This lecture I will keep it simple. I will use the KISS principle, K-I-S-S, keep it simple and short. So therefore please have 30 minutes attention. Everyone, please do not talk with each other or start using your smartphones. our topic is revolution of financial sector. Every one of you know what is a financial sector. Financial sector means the money, banking, right? So we will understand what are the regulatory changes that are happened. Some of you asked about the question of business startup. There are many startups that are happening in this space. So, okay. So here, what we are going to learn, we will understand, how financial sector operates. Guys, if you are keep talking with each other, then I will not continue. So until you are going to be silent, I will not continue. So better you get, be silent.
Oke guys, minta waktunya ya. Fokus ya, jangan ngobrol sama teman sebelahnya. Handphonenya disimpan dulu. Oke, kondusif ya. Fokus. Oke, thank you.
Do you promise that you will, listen carefully? I need only 30 minutes. If you cannot concentrate 30 minutes, then better please leave the room. That is much better because there are other students who would like to concentrate. So no one is forcing you with gunpoint with AK-47 to sit in the class, right? So, but if you are sitting, then please listen carefully. Okay, so we are talking about the revolution. So let's talk about here. You can see in this picture, this is a lot of disruption that are happening. If we go back 10 to 15 years ago, we were used to watch movies on, these desks. So you can see here, right? So we were used to have this kind of telephone, right? But probably you hardly see these kind of devices now because everything you can stream on your smartphone. That is one of the biggest revolution that we are happening. So when we talk about the revolution in the financial sector, then we cannot ignore the financial technology. Financial technology means it's a combination of fin and fin means finance and technology means tech means technology. So that means delivering a product or service using the smartphone technology. So this is one of the biggest revolutions that was happened. When the first ATM machine, how many of you use ATM machines, automated teller machines, in order you put your card and you get the money from bank, outside bank, maybe day and night? This is an amazing feature that we have, right? So you don't need to wait when bank is going to open or when bank is closed. You can go anytime outside the bank and you can get the money. When this ATM machine was invented by Barclays during 1960s, that was a great revolution in the financial sector. Now, in certain banks, you can even deposit the money. So you put the money on the machine will automatically count how much money you are going to deposit, and machine will take money inside the bank or inside the machine. So you can withdraw the money, you can even deposit the money. This is a great facility, it saves your time. So these are, the phases of historical revolution that are happening. And as you can see here, the financial technology, there is a huge demand and there are many startups that are happening, new companies, new business ideas that are taking place in this space. So why the fintech is happening? Because there are many young consumers, which is known as Generation Z. They are very happy to use the financial technologies that are on the fingertips. I will give you also, by the end of the lecture, some examples from the China, from the Malaysia, from the Indonesian, your country sides, like which companies are doing. So one of the successful example is GoPay, right, in Indonesia. Then we have Dana, D-A-N-A. There are many successful, and these companies, they have revolutionized the financial technology sector. So this shift in the business world is happening because there are 4 key elements. This is known as a business model. So business model means, first of all, we talked about already about the business and the business model and the startup. So in business model, the most important, first of all, these factors according to this model is what do we offer to the customer? Like, remember, customer is your king. What we are going to offer to our customer, right? So this is one thing. Then the second thing is how we are going to deliver a product or service to our customer, right? The third thing is how much revenue we are going to make, how much money we are going to charge to our customers, right? And then the fourth important thing is, how we are going to segment. So if there are 100 people sitting here, how do I know that I need to pay, I need to have a product for this group of customers, or I need to have a product for this group of customers, or I need to have a product for this group of customers. So those companies which are successful, they are trying to understand and do a SWOT analysis under these 4 pillars. So they are trying to understand their business model. So, in this digitalization or digital transformation, that means the way of using digital technologies in order to offer a product or service is changing, and there are 4 key elements, there are several key activities. For example, we can transform our processes, we can transform our activities, our customer interactions, our delivery systems, and use of digital technology. Let's take an example of digital transformation of Gojek. Previously, probably 10 years ago, if you would like to hire a taxi, maybe you need to call a taxi. So there are taxi companies in city center. You will call a taxi company and you will give the address and tell them, please, I need taxi at 11 o'clock and I want to go from, Malang to Surabaya. And you will tell, okay, how much was the price? So that means it's a lot of work. So first of all, you need to get the telephone number, you need to call them, so you need to pay the call charges, then you need to fix this appointment. So, but now the delivery systems are so easy, only with 3 to 4 fingertips, you can order a taxi and taxi will be at your doorstep, and it will be convenient, it could be cheap, it could be easy, it could be reliable, right? Do you see the digital transformation, the use of technology? So similarly, this is happening in the financial revolution as well. So as you can see, here I have written some quotes. Within the next 10 years, the business models of most of the companies will be transformed, will be changed due to these technological changes that are happening in the market space. So here, as you can see, there are 157 big financial technology companies. Big financial technology companies means unicorn. What is a unicorn? Unicorn is a company that has a market valuation $1 billion US. That means the company that has a value of $1 billion US. And currently, among 30,000 financial technology companies, business startups, we have, you can say, approximately 150 companies that have already become very, very successful in this space. So in different regions. So you will have access of these slides, and you can also look at what are those companies that are very successful from an Indonesian market point of view. I have given you just examples of 2 successful companies that are, GoPay and, Dana, and then Gojek. So there are many companies that are having. So similarly, the retail banking. Retail banking means you can go to the bank and you can ask the money for your business, for your education, for other business reasons. That has also been changing from many different areas. And the reason is there is a cultural change, there is the use of technology, there is, the shift in the behavior. The most important thing, if I can summarize, is there are changes that are happening in 2 spaces. One is the shift in the consumer behavior. You are the ultimate consumers, and the way you are going to think, the way you are going to purchase, we have already talked about the social media and so on, and then the use of the technology. Your parents, your grandparents, they were not so much used to the technology. Probably now even your grandparents, they are unable to use the technology and order even a Gojek, but you are definitely going to do that. Similarly, you can borrow money using different apps. So this is all happening, and this is overall the digital process that we are happening. Now the question is, why are we going to talk about the digital revolution that is happening? So if you look at this graph carefully, and if we go back to 2018, you can see, here we have 2018, 2013, and this is 2010, 13, and 18. Those companies here, you can see the red companies, they are the new emerging companies that we have. Previously, if you go back 1990s and 2000, these companies were not available. These companies were not existent. But with the help of technology, these companies are so much successful. They are making very good progress, and these companies are, you know, in the top 10 companies in the world, top 20 companies in the world, which means that in simple words, after every 20 years, there are new companies that are replacing old companies, which means that the business models, there is a shift in the business models, and that is happening very, very fast in this world. Now, we already mentioned that, you know, consumer, like you guys, there is a huge shift in the, you are playing a very important role in the change in the behavior. The reason is we need more friendlier services. If I go to the bank in Germany, physically I go to the bank and I ask them, I want to transfer, for example, $100, $1,000 from Germany to Indonesia. I need to pay approximately 50 euro as a bank fee. 50 euro means it will be equivalent to 800,000 rupiah, right, Indonesian. This is a lot of money. But with the help of the new apps that we have, you know, digital transformation, online transformation, they will probably charge only $5 or 5 euros, maybe only, you know, 70,000 rupiah. So you can see there is a huge difference between 50 euros versus 5 euros. So, you know, 70,000 rupiah versus 800,000. So that is the reason, because of these technologies, because it make easier for new startups to transfer money, because they have less number of employees, they are more efficient, they are more, you know, customer focused, they are more user friendly, and you don't need to even go to the bank. Just with the help of the app, you need to link your app with your bank account, and you need to, you know, do the business, and you don't need to go to the physical, the bank, because you need to, first of all, you need to get out of your home, you need to go to the bank, you need to get an, you know, appointment, and it takes a lot of time, right? So, as you know that, we don't have much time, right? We have many other crazy things to do in our life, right? So this is one of the reasons. So, you know, 70% consumers are attracted towards these ecosystem because of the low cost offering. Then 65% seek ease of use. Ease of use, many user friendly, right? In COVID-19 pandemic, I believe you were also studying and I was also teaching. In the start, it was a bit difficult as a teacher for me, you know, to use online, you know, Google, for example, MS Teams or Zoom. Which mode you were using in pandemic? Zoom? Zoom. So something I'll, Google? Go Meet, okay, so that is, but in Europe, we used Zoom or MS Teams, okay? In the start, it was a bit difficult, but believe me, after 1 year of pandemic, I was, as a teacher, used to it. For example, you just get up, wash your face, for example, if you just get up 5 minutes before the class, so just wash your face, even you are wearing half of the trousers, right? So you are sitting, because you are sitting on your desk, no one is looking what is below, so only, you know, the shirt, right? So after the pandemic, believe me, I continue teaching online because I'm so much used. Otherwise, I need to get up 1 hour early to go to the campus. You know, I need to do the breakfast, and I need to, you know, wear clothes, some fancy clothes like that, and then I need to go to the campus, and I need to park my car, you know, then it is sometimes raining, sometimes hot weather, so it was crazy world. So now, with the help of technology, you are just sitting in front of the camera, and you can adjust the camera. And sometimes, if I need to do the breakfast, or I need to drink something because of the time, I can tell my students, you know, my internet is not good, I'm going to turn off my video for 5 minutes. In the 5 minutes, students are talking, for example, they are listening a video, or they are giving a presentation, and you can do your breakfast. So, and then you turn on the video, right? So it was so much easy. The reason, because of the ease of the use. So this is, you know, and then better features and personalized services. So these are the amazing things. So pandemic has brought us also amazing things as well, right? So this, you can realize, if you can do everything. And this is a real story. I told you, I went to the bank and I needed to transfer $1,000, and bank charged me $50 or 50 euros. On the other hand, I did via app, it was only $5. So there is a huge difference between in that delivery. Okay, and because these new tech companies, like I have given you the examples, several, they are very user friendly, and banks, like they are the old institutions. Remember that in banks still, the old-fashioned people are working because they have not used very much smartphone in their business world or in their life. They are not, for example, the old age people, like someone is 50-year-old, someone is 60-year-old, someone is 40-year-old. But now the new startups are run by the young generation, like someone is 20-year-old, someone is 25-year-old or 30-year-old, so they know better to use the technology compared to. Simply you can say, your grandparents or your parents are much less efficient in using technology compared to you. Sometimes you are teaching them how to use the technology, right? Is it correct? Yes or no? So similarly, that is why banks are not very quick to adapt to the new changes, because in business world, it takes changes. It takes a lot of time, slowly and gradually, okay? So it is not like that you can quickly, in 1 week, you can change your transformation, because the banks are so big. There are many people involved. You need to get many people approval. So therefore, on the other hand, these startups are much more easier to do that. These are, the list of technology, these are the list of the factors that are changing our business world in a very, very, successful manner. And nowadays, we want very quick services. We want personalized support. Personalized means we want personal touch. So we want everything quick, personalized, reliable. So that is why we have the smart use of different tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on. So here, if you look at these companies, if I go back to 2006 and I compare with 2016, so if I compare, just 10 years, in 2006, ExxonMobil, which is an oil company, they were one of the leading. They were very successful, very powerful. If we look at Microsoft, they were, and if I look at the British Petroleums, or if I look at the Shell, so these are oil companies. So this company is an oil company, or energy, these companies. But now if you look at here in 2016, we have all digital companies. We have, Facebook, we have Twitter, we have Microsoft, we have Amazon. So, but, even you cannot find even the banks. Previously, 20 years ago, banks were very successful. They had a lot of money. They were the most profitable organizations. But you don't see the banks now, only at tech companies. So this is very interesting, comparison that we have. JP Morgan is a bank in the USA. They have developed a program, or you can say software. The name of the software is COIN, C-O-I-N. This software can read the documents, can read the papers, and it can save the work of 360 hours. So for example, if I have 3 employees in my office, these amazing ladies, they are spending 360 hours in 1 month. I can replace them. I can have a software that can do the equivalent work in much cheaper, in much faster work. So this is the power of the technology that we are having. And this is based on artificial intelligence. This is based on Internet of Things. And we have already talked about what are the reasons why the revolution, why the changes that are happening in the financial world. Okay, now I would like to stop until here. I would like to give you 2 minutes so that you can relax, you can absorb what I have said. Maybe please help your friend. Ask next to him or her whether he or she has understood or not. And then after 2 minutes, we will continue.
Oke, teman-teman, kita break dulu 2 menit. Silakan diskusi dengan teman sebelahnya. Kira-kira sudah paham belum sih dengan pemaparan materi tadi gitu. Kita kasih waktu 2 menit. Saling sharing, catatannya mungkin dilihat. Siapin pertanyaan juga, maybe you have any questions. nanti satu orang mungkin ada yang mau jelasin overview-nya sejauh ini tadi bahas apa aja. Siapa ya? Oke, sudah. Ada yang mau kasih overview mungkin? So somebody maybe, yeah. So she will tell the overview from this session.
Very briefly, please.
The material that I got, it's about technology who have an impact on the financial, on the global financial.
Yeah, so basically the technology who have an impact on financial sector,
Thank you.
like that. Okay, any other? Enggak, overview. Overview?
Okay, anyone
Okay.
would like to say a few words? So far you understood, guys, me? No?
Okay.
You understood me? Yes?
Okay. So, punya pertanyaan? Oh, tidak. So no, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Should we continue?
dilanjut ya. Oke.
Okay. So now, please pay attention, everyone. So, here you can see we have technology and banking, and these are all the factors that are helping and impacting the banks. And as I told you, the new business startups, the young, fresh mind, they are changing the way and putting pressure on the banks to innovate. And that is why banks have also started their own fintech companies, in order to bring and in order to be better customer services. And here, if you look at the fintech, we have here the services of the banks, and here we have the new emerging technologies that we have, and everyone's purpose is to better serve the customers. And as I said, these apps are better serving the customers because they are personalized, they are quick, and they are more efficient in terms of delivering a product and service to the customer. And this is here you can see the digital banking evolution that is happening. First time we have the online banking that started in 1998. First time. Do you know when internet started? The first commercial use of internet in which year? It was something by the end of 1985. So during 1980s, the commercial use of internet started, and that brought revolution. Similarly, the smartphone, the way it has brought revolution. And then now here we have many interesting features that are added to the fintech. And here you can see these are the top fintech companies that are changing the world. Here we have some more companies that I would like to give you example. Now, remember that I have told you about digital transformation. You can see that how much time it takes to change the business. If you would like to make a change in your business, on average, it took some companies 5 years, for example, Microsoft to have digital impact. Some companies it takes 7 years, and some companies it takes 8 years. So on average, we need 4 to 5 years in order to completely revamp your business model. So, and as you can see, there is a company in USA, Best Way. At one point in time, as you can see, they were bankrupt. So they were about to bankrupt. Their business model was about to finish. But after using technology, so they improved technology in order to better deliver their systems, better their price mechanism. So they were offering better prices to the customers. Their business started growing and company became successful. So if I go back here, these are the companies which are the biggest companies, including Netflix, Amazon. They are using great deal of technology in order to be successful. I will give you also some of the examples of the revolution in the financial sector. Have you heard A&T company, Ant Financials? And this is the Chinese, one of the largest Chinese company. And it all started with an app. This company is now globally among the 3 top companies in the area of financial services. And it all started with only single app. And then the company became successful. This company was started, it was part of Alibaba. So, everyone Alibaba, right? It's an e-commerce platform like Amazon. So this was the part of Alibaba. So this was separated in 2011. They provide you internet finance. So the main products of Ant Financial is, if you would like to buy a smartphone, right? Everyone need a smartphone, right? So for example, iPhone 15 launched. How many of you are planning iPhone 15 to purchase? How many of you are planning to buy? If you don't have the money, you go to the Ant Financial and you can borrow the money. You can get the credit. So that is a great feature. So only internet money. This company, even you can book your tickets, your flights, you can book your cinema tickets, you can book for your food, each and everything you can do on the app, right? So you don't need separate apps. In the past, it was like that. We need separate apps, flight booking, one app, food, one app, bank loan, one app. But this Ant Financial in China, they put everything together. Do you know Chinese population? 1.5 billion. So this company was great successful because they were putting everything and they made net profit. Net profit 3.4 billion. I'm talking about not the sales. It was only the profit. Okay. So they have 1.3 billion users. Can you imagine 1.3 billion? So that means the world population is currently 7 billion. So they were, this only one company, they have approximately, you can say, 20% world population, their customers. 1.3 billion. Okay. So this is, you can say, whole Indian population is approximately 1.3 billion. So you can say India is a very, very big country. So if I compare, Indonesia, we have 270 million population. So that means 5 times more compared to the Indonesian population. They are the customers of this bank. And this is very successful. And as you can see, on this app, you can pay your electricity bills, credit card, your tuition fee, your taxi, your plane tickets, everything you can do it here. So you can even invest the money. One of the amazing feature of Ant Financial was, if you would like to invest money, and normally we don't have too much money to invest. They said even if you have, for example, 50,000 Indonesian rupiah, you can also invest 50,000. So they give in opportunity to small investors to invest the money. That was the big challenge, change they have brought. And this company became so much successful. And this is known as one of the most dynamic company. Another example that we have is from Singapore. So that company name is Funding Society. So they are providing crowdfunding. So they're providing, for example, if I need money, so peer-to-peer lending, so they are providing money to other people so that they can borrow money if they need for their education, if they need for their marriages, if they need for their agriculture finance, if they need money for their micro loans. So the small loans they are providing, and they are also very successful within last 2 to 3 years. So this company is very successful, even though it started in 2015, and now they have applied to get a full banking license from Singapore. So the purpose of showing you these 2 examples, and look at the examples of companies like Grab, like Gojek, like GoPay, Dana. So these companies are making a huge revolution in the way we work. So the purpose of, so now I can summarize our talk. Remember, the consumer changes, so the behavior, the way we are thinking, this is one of the driving force in the overall revolution, plus the revolution that is happening on the technology front that are making our world more efficient. Mobile banking, this is also playing a very, very important role, and especially for those people who live not only in cities but only in small villages, in small islands. This is very helpful, the digital technologies. Now I end our lecture here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Okay, so everyone, if you have any question, just raise your hand. Okay, sir.
First of all, thank you, Prof. Should every company aspire to achieve unicorn status? What factors contribute to a business success and sustainability?
Yes, if a company can achieve the unicorn status, that means can get the status of 1 billion mark, then it is much easier for the company to get external financing investors to invest in that company, and company can grow quickly. Yes, this should be the goal of the company. And as far as the sustainability is concerned, of course, it is a very important topic, and we need to contribute our environment in a positive manner. Yes. Yes. Any other question, guys?
Any other questions? Oh,
Yes,
so many.
No, I'm under pressure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask a question. Based on your lecture, we can conclude that technology is meant to make our life simpler, right? But there's a super app in China, like you mentioned before, called WeChat, and that trying to integrate messaging app and fintech. Should we trust our data in this one entity, and should the government involve to regulate it?
There must be regulation from the government, right? So short answer, yes, we should trust, we can trust because we have no other option. For example, no, the question is, I was using Gojek in Bali, okay? Now, if I'm using Gojek, I put my credit card details. I know maybe they are not 100% safe, but I have no other option, and I trust that this company follows the government rules and regulations. Okay?
Thank you.
Great. Okay, we are coming.
Okay.
So my colleague is coming to you.
Okay.
I'm very excited
Nana?
that you are asking many questions.
Okay, okay. Okay, silakan.
Okay, thank you for your time. I have a case. Some of store is still not use vintage or digital technology to sell their products, and they want the government to close e-commerce to make them more profit. The question is how we face the case and help them to use vintage or digital technology. Thank you.
Can you please repeat the first part of your question?
Okay. Some of store is still not use vintage or digital technology.
Stores.
Stores,
Okay,
yeah.
stores.
To sell their products, and they want to the government to close e-commerce to make them more profit.
Well, I'm not familiar that the government is going to close the e-commerce. So maybe this is a case in Indonesia. Normally, it should not be like that. Government should provide equal opportunities to physical businesses, the stores, as well as e-commerce businesses. So if a store is not going to use the new technologies, then it is the fault of the store because they are not using it. You got the point. So there should be equal opportunities to grow. This is the short answer. Okay.
Okay, sudah?
Thank you.
Okay,
Next
any other
question.
questions?
Yes.
Okay.
How do fintechs make a profit, because fintech transfer fees are cheaper or even free compared to bank transfers in
So
general?
she asked a very interesting question. Please listen. How the fintech companies make profit? So they are not cheap. They even still charge $5, just as an example. So even from they have many million customers. So they have. So if they use the economic principle of economies of the scale. Economies of the scale is you decrease your cost per unit, but you increase the number of the customers, so the transactions. So from that, they make a small margin from every customer. if they provide service to millions of customers, for example, Ant Financial, they have 1.3 billion customers. Can you imagine? Almost 25% population global. So that's the whole, if even they make small money, still they make, a huge money at the end. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Okay, any other? Sebelah sini? This side, maybe?
The last question.
Okay, the last question. Anybody? Miss Sausan, maybe? Okay.
We have a student similar to Miss Susan.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. In this country, Indonesia, we have many vintage. Let's say I have a vintage company. How to keeping my vintage company survive in this era?
You need to offer the best services to your consumers so that they love your company. So the best service. So you need to know, remember, customer is the king, right? So you need to offer services in most friendliest way, in most economical manner, which not any other company is offering, so that everyone comes to you, right? It is just like that. Why you go to a particular coffee shop? Do you drink coffee?
Yes.
You love coffee?
Yes.
Why you go to a particular coffee shop? Because you like the taste, you like the environment, maybe the price is reasonable, right? So that is why you do not go to every other coffee shop. Similarly, you need to use this principle, right?
Unique point selling, like that?
Unique selling position, right?
Okay, thank you.
Great, very interesting question. Thank you so much, guys. Now,
Okay.
Miss Chrisma is also on time. Okay. Okay. I would like to have a group photo with you. Maybe I would suggest, if we can stand here, everyone on this side, and we can have a group photo here, right?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for
Please
wonderful.
give a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Can you
thank
please
so much.
ask everyone to come here?
Oke, so kita akan ambil foto bareng. Jadi silakan merapat ya. Closer. Ke tengah, more center ya. Di tengah. Yang depan duduk boleh, yang belakang biar kelihatan boleh berdiri. Ayo.
Okay, guys.
Oke, yuk. Ke tengah. Oke, make a move to the center. Ke tengah. Prof, maybe you can agak maju. Over here, sir, maybe. Yeah, okay. Okay, stop. Okay. Yeah. Yang di depan boleh duduk di kursi, yang belakang berdiri. Grup foto ya. Grup foto, oke. Oke, nice. Ayo mbaknya segera. In frame. Oke. Oke. Foto ya. Oke. Udah? In frame semua, Mas? Oke, aman. Oke, gaya ya. Vokasi kecil. This one. Oke, 1. Dihitung, Mas. Oke, big smile. Okay, thank you. Please give a big hands for Prof. Asfak. Okay, so this is the last session for today. So hopefully So hopefully, okay. Okay, so once again, thank you, sir, for the presentation. So hopefully our student will get the knowledge and insight from you. So, baiklah, saya akhiri. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, tepuk tangan.
Please have a big hand for Miss Assa for wonderful moderation. Thank you so much. at IU International University in Germany. As a hobby, I also do personal and professional coaching, help companies and individuals to achieve their business potential. I have also established my own consulting company. We provide financial services and as well as in tourism areas. And I have been the fortunate to travel, approximately 40 to 50 countries. So Indonesia is a new destination for me, and it is great to see different cultures, and I'm very happy to meet you all here. And I also provide, I'm a motivational speaker trying to help young people like you to achieve their goals. This is my introduction. So as you are, I thought we will have a very, maybe 20, 30 students, but no, mashallah, you are more than 60, 70 students, so it is not possible to have your individual introduction. But let me ask you one question that I really would like to ask you. What would you like to do after studying your business administration? I need, be open, you don't shy. What would you like to do after finishing your studies? What is your dream? Anyone would like to share your dream?
I think I want to be a stewardess.
You would like to be?
Stewardess.
Okay, very nice. Why?
Because I like to traveling.
Okay, then you will have a good time. Thank you very much. Please have a big hand for her. I need one student from this side. What would you like to do with your life? What is your dream?
My dream, maybe be businessman.
Businessman, what kind of business?
F&B.
Sorry?
Maybe F&B, food and beverage.
Okay, food and beverages. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. And I need one, can I take this mic? Okay, I need one student from this side. What is your dream? What you would like to do? Right? Would you like to say? Don't shy. Okay, what is your dream? What you would like to do? Yes.
Work at BUMN.
You work as?
Work at BUMN.
At the government. Why? No stress? Less easy work? Okay, that's great. Because if someone is working for the government, then it is not as stressful. It's a good job. No one is going to fire, right? So, great. Thank you so much. Sorry, I cannot ask all of you because of the time limitations, but I just wanted to ask few. So, this is the highlights of my so far going on the trip. Yesterday, starting with Bali, and coming to here, I thought I need some energy to re-energize before I start teaching with you, right? I knew it could be very interesting to meet you, and yesterday I had a great day. And this class, we are going to have a picture. So next time I will show you a picture here, right? So if you do good, if you keep focused, then we will have a good photo and put it here. Okay, guys, let's start with the topic. What we are going to understand. First of all, we will understand what is the cybersecurity and data protection. Then, because you are studying business administration, right? Most of you. In business administration, wherever you go, if you work as in a private airline, if you work in a businessman, if you work in a government sector, if you work in a bank, if you start your own company, this topic is equally important for everyone because data protection, cybersecurity, these are the important challenges that we are facing. First of all, cybersecurity. Anyone knows what is cybersecurity? So just the definition. I need whatever comes in your mind. I don't want a definition from the Google or from your books. So when you see the word or when you hear the word cybersecurity, what does it mean? Anyone would like to say? Raise your hand, please. What is a cybersecurity?
Ada yang mau menjawab? Kira-kira kalau kalian mendengar kata-kata cybersecurity, apa yang come up di pikiran kalian?
Cybersecurity.
Oke, saya tunjuk ya.
Mungkin like a security of technology, like a smartphone or business data.
Okay, very good. Please have a big hand for her. She said that cybersecurity means protecting the data, right? Maybe smartphones, computers, laptops, any kind of information, right? So that is the cybersecurity. So this is a very, very important topic. As I mentioned, whatever you do, wherever you go, you need to protect your data, data of your personal, data of your computers, data of your employees, data of your customers. Because if any organization is not doing that, it can cause huge, problem for that company. So here we can see that the cybersecurity is the practice of defending computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, network and data from malicious attacks. We can see that there are in 2022, you can see there are 1,923 data breaches. That means hackers, that means bad people, they have stolen the data of 1,923 times, means they attacked. And many of them, they attacked the banks, financial institutions, even airlines, even hotels, they took the data. So you can imagine what is the situation if my bank account details, my credit card, my debit card, my personal address, my email address, my passwords are available on the internet to be sold. It's a huge problem, right? So that is why this is and this data security, it was the overall damage that happened was 37 billion US dollars. You can see 37 billion US dollar loss was done to the businesses only due to data security issues. Hackers, right? They can hack our mobile phone networks, they can hack our hotels, airlines, even educational institutions, right? Your telephone number, so each and everything can be happened. And even big companies, they were unable to save themselves. That is why it is important as managers, as employees, as CEOs in your life, that you need to be mindful, you need to be careful about the data where you are working, okay? So here, the international corporation, they suggested that this, spending, how much money we will be spending in 2024 will reach up to 174 billion. So that means this is the amount of money that globally businesses will be spending to defend themselves against those malicious attacks. So from these statistics, because you like statistics, you can see that it is a huge amount of money that businesses are spending in order to protect you and businesses, right? So that is why this topic is very, very important. So here, there are many kinds of threats, that are happening in the business world. So if I go to, normally, even hackers can, they have in the past, they have, it is just like, kidnapping, right? Kidnapping is if I kidnap you and ask your parents, they give me, $10 million, then I will give you back their son, their beautiful son, right? So similarly, in the business, in the cybersecurity, there are many bad actors who can kidnap or, we call ransom, data ransom. So they can get your data, then they ask the company to pay the money, otherwise they will sell this data online on. Recently, in Germany, there is a hotel, Motel One. The name of the hotel, Motel, M-O-T-E-L, Motel One. The hackers have taken data of 50,000 customers. So if you go for holidays and you stay there, you have credit card, debit card, address, email ID. So they have taken the data and they put, on the website. So and they are selling it. So this is a very, very serious impact that we are having from that. So the purpose of cybersecurity is to take measures in order to protect against those kind of risks. So here you can see that during COVID-19 pandemic, these cyber attacks have further increased, because the reason was during COVID-19 pandemic, many of us were using digital technologies, for example, for education, for our communication. So we were using that. So this is also the reason they have increased the uncertainty. Now, as far as the current models of cybersecurity is concerned, there are many companies, and especially you are studying business administration. You know how many kinds of companies are, or what are the forms of business organizations? Maybe you have so far studied. There are 4 basic forms of business organizations. We have micro, enterprises or micro companies. Then we have small companies. Then we have small and medium companies. And then we have large companies. Anyone can tell on which basis we can create a difference, or we can make a difference, whether which company is a micro organization, which is the medium company, which is a small company, which is a large company. What is the difference? On which criteria we differentiate? Anyone knows? You are the business administration students. Maybe you know on which parameters we can differentiate if this company is a small one or if this company is a big one. Any idea? Can you explain the question in Indonesian language, please?
The difference between medium and small enterprise?
Yeah, on which criteria?
Oke teman-teman, kita tahu istilah UMKM ya, gitu ya. Kira-kira kriteria untuk membedakan bisnis itu kecil, menengah, atau mikro tuh ada yang tahu nggak dari apanya? Anyone? Pasti tahu dong. Kok itu kayaknya tahu ya?
Kalau misalnya mikro itu kurang dari 10 pegawai, kalau mikro kecil itu kurang dari 50, kalau menengah itu lebih dari 200, kurang dari 250. Terima kasih.
See, differentiate the micro and small enterprise from the amount of the employee. If micro is less than 50, 10. Okay, if medium less than 50.
Okay.
And the macro to 200. 250.
Okay. On the basis of number of employees.
So employees.
Okay, please have a big hand for her. So she gave us a correct answer. Thank you so much. So, and you need to be brave, okay? So be confident. The purpose of university, that you are studying in university in Brawijaya or any other university, is not to just get a piece of paper. Our purpose is also to be more confident, to get your skills done, means your communication skills, okay? So therefore be confident, please, in your life. So your answer is right. So on the basis of number of employees, we can say if there is an organization small, medium, micro or large. So here you can see there are many different cybersecurity systems that are managed by companies. If there is a small company, right? They, of course, they have less number of people. They have less money to spend on cybersecurity. If there is a large company, okay, for example, there is a large university like Brawijaya or Air Asia or, Line Air, they have more money they can spend on that. So therefore, you can see that here we have different activities. Initially, the cybersecurity, how we can do the cybersecurity in a better manner. First of all, as an organization, we need to look at what are our, needs, what kind of threats are we facing, okay, and how we can mitigate or how we can challenge those our threats. And in order to do that, once you have a full picture, then you can invest money and resources in training your people, in buying equipment relevant in order to protect yourself. So that is the starting point. So IT organizations are finding it very hard in order to meet those challenges which are expanding, which are faced by these companies. And I have given you examples that in last year 1,900 data breaches were happened, even very successful big banks. Central Bank of Indonesia, Bank Indonesia, right? So that's the bank that print money and they do many good things, right? Few years ago, the Central Bank of Bangladesh, their branch in New York, that was hacked by the hackers, and they have stolen $20 million from the bank. Can you imagine? Very sophisticated bank. There are many, protection measures, but despite the fact the hackers were able to steal the money. So therefore, remember that criminals are always one step ahead compared to the police. You watch movies, you know that, right? In every day. So as a company, it is very, very important and very, very difficult to find these people. Therefore, they need to spend a lot of money in protection of that. So as an organization, we need to look at how we can reduce our risks. So you need to look at, what kind of risks you are facing from, what kind of people, and what are the frequency, like how frequently cybersecurity threats are happening. sometimes you are receiving phishing emails. Sometimes you are receiving, maybe someone will call you and say, hey, you have win a lottery of, 20 million Indonesian rupee. We need your credit card details to send you the money, or we need your bank card details to send you the money. Okay? So many in Indonesia or in other countries, there are many kind of these scammers who call, especially the illiterate and elderly people, so elder people, because they are not very much familiar, so they immediately give their bank code details and their bank identification, and they steal the money from them. This is very happening, right? So this is important that we understand and we need to develop an enterprise that can meet those kind of challenges. And now, let's talk about the risk-based approach of cybersecurity. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, we need to look at what are the securities that we are considering in this regard. Then we need to look at what are the maturity-based approach. That means what an organization can actually build their capabilities in order to meet those kind of risks. So this risk-based approach looks at, what are the potential risks that we have, how much money we can spend on mitigating those risks, and how we can, in one department to another department, we can scale up. For example, if one department has a good security, how we can use that security in another department, and overall, how we can use the proactive cybersecurity measures in order to manage those threats that we are facing. So that means the risk-based approach is more important and efficient and effective in managing the cybersecurity threats that we have faced. So here, as you can see, this is known as the risk matrix. We have, on the one hand, we have the impact of the risks, okay? On the other hand, we have likelihood. So that means here you can see these where we can see, okay, the risks can be very high. So it is just like some kind of BCG matrix in which we have different quadrants, and we see in which areas we are weak as an organization, which areas we are strong, and how we can overcome our weak areas. So, and that we can do by taking into the risk-based approach. Here, according to a survey, cybersecurity from a consumer perspective, in healthcare and financial sector, as you can see, according to a survey, 44% frauds, 44% cybersecurity threats are happening in healthcare related activities as well as in financial related. So that means banks. That means wherever the money is involved, you will see the cybersecurity threat. Then in healthcare, wherever the personal healthcare data is involved, so patient's data, and this data is sold. So this is very important. And then the other sectors, for example, retail sector, electronic sector. So these are the other sectors in which there is more tendency to have a cybersecurity issues. Can you imagine recently in USA, one oil company, they were hacked. So that means the hacker, they stopped the oil pipeline, because remember that if we have electricity, if we have these big oil pipelines or gas pipelines, everything is automated. So there is no manual thing that you can turn, like if you go to our restroom and we can turn on the water. So it is not like that. So everything is monitored from computers. So hackers, they jam the oil pipeline and they ask the company to pay them money, otherwise they will not unlock the oil pipeline in USA. So it is just a couple of years ago. So you can see also there are some frauds happening in oil and gas sector as well. So this chart shows that this sector is very, there are frauds that are spread. But overall, in case of financial as well as in case of healthcare, the frauds are happening most, which is, very high, 44% chances of frauds that are happening. And in case of customers, we need to look at our personal data, the sensitivity of our personal data. And if you look at our consumers' perspective, there was a survey that was asked which areas consumers are facing more threats. So look at the content of the emails. Maybe sometimes you receive emails. For example, I receive sometimes email like, I have won a lottery of 10 million. Please provide your bank account details. And so these are kind of phishing emails. If you click on them, the virus can be activated and they will access to your other sensitive information. Then downloading files, then location of the files, then looking at the passwords. This is a true story. This is, I don't know what happened actually in between. When I was coming to Indonesia a few weeks ago, I went to the Google, I said, Indonesian e-visa. I have a German passport and I need an electronic visa in order to come to Indonesia. I was very, very much busy. I did not have time to talk to Charisma or to other guys in university. So there was a website. It shows me like an official website of Indonesian government. I opened it and I filled every form and I paid $90 for Indonesian visa. When I landed in Jakarta, so I received after 1 week e-visa, the PDF file. When I landed in Jakarta, I came to know that this visa is only $35. So I talked with the immigration officer. He said, we don't know. Maybe there is a company who is in between. So they took my passport and my data. They inserted in the system. Maybe they paid only $35 to the Indonesian government, but they charged me $90. So these kind of scams are happening everywhere. So we need to be very, very much vigilant in terms of that. Now, I would like to stop here. I know it is very hot. Probably you have already done your lunch and it's a bit sleeping and nap time. So I would like to give you 2 minutes time so that you can talk with each other. And I equally understand that this topic is also very dry and boring, right? So, therefore, please take 1 to 2 minutes time, discuss with each other. If your friend sitting next to you has not understood something, try to clear. So this is, get some clarity, like what is cybersecurity, why these frauds are happening, which sectors these frauds are happening. So, and what is the, how to manage these frauds. So we will talk until that, and then we will continue. So this is a knowledge break that I'm going to give you, because it is easier for me to say blah, 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 and then at the end you will not understand much. So our aim is to take slowly and gradually, and you understand more, okay? So 2 minutes. You should not gossip other things. Please stay into, we have 1/3 of our lecture is over. So we have, another 20 minutes to go, okay? 2 minutes.
Oke teman-teman, ada waktu 2 menit di mana nanti kalian bisa berdiskusi dengan teman-teman kalian di sini. Coba saya pengen tahu, ada yang masih bingung dengan materi tadi tentang cyber security? Jujur aja. Angkat tangan. Masih apa belum? Ada yang nggak mudeng? Mudeng semua berarti ya? Bisa saya tanyain ya? Oke, jadi gini teman-teman. Cyber security itu penting ya, gitu ya, untuk menjaga keamanan data. Prof, I will explain again to them in bahasa. Is it alright? Ya. Yeah. Oke. Jadi di sini teman-teman, tadi Prof menjelaskan gitu ya, pentingnya tentang cyber security, gitu ya. Cyber security kenapa sih harus, kenapa sih hal itu penting gitu ya? Karena itu tadi untuk data protection. Nah ini ada beberapa cyber security, the risk-based approach. Itu maksudnya apa? Ini salah satu pendekatan yang dilakukan oleh perusahaan untuk mengamankan data-data di perusahaannya, gitu ya. Bisa jadi dia meng-hire orang luar, gitu ya, cyber security staff officer untuk mengamankan data-data yang ada di perusahaannya. Misalnya data-data apa aja, data pribadi, gitu ya, data keuangan, gitu ya. Makanya kalau kita tahu cyber security job itu sangat oke gitu ya di Indonesia. Karena itu tadi. Karena perusahaan itu biasanya akan membayar sangat tinggi untuk cyber security system teman-teman, untuk memprotek data-data yang data-data customer kita. Nah, maturity-based cyber security programs are no longer adequate. Berarti sebenarnya itu sekarang, itu tadi teman-teman katanya Prof ya, ketika malware itu lebih pinter gitu ya, orang-orang yang ngehack data kita itu biasanya dia lebih pinter. Makanya saat ini perusahaan itu sangat berlomba-lomba untuk menjaga data-data yang ada di data-data customer yang ada di perusahaan. Nah ini ya the risk-based approach ya. Ini biasanya dilakukan oleh perusahaan gitu ya untuk mengamankan cyber security. Nah kalau yang di sini berarti low, berarti nggak terlalu berbahaya. Nah sampai ke hitam sana itu berarti lebih sulit untuk mengamankan data-data tersebut. Nah, ini ada beberapa industri teman-teman yang paling rentan untuk terkena hack gitu ya. Yang pertama adalah industri healthcare. Ya, kenapa? Karena itu tadi ya, ketika misalnya data-data healthcare di rumah sakit itu bisa bocor gitu ya. Itu bisa banyak sekali orang-orang yang bisa memanfaatkan data-data itu. Gitu. Contohnya apa? perusahaan farmasi, itu kan pasti bisa mendapatkan keuntungan juga kalau misalnya data-data dari rumah sakit yang bocor. Makanya kalau misalnya kalian tahu teman-teman, kayak beberapa rumah sakit itu tidak mau bekerja sama dengan seperti Halodoc atau platform-platform lainnya. Karena apa? Dia berusaha untuk memprotek data-data yang ada di rumah sakit gitu ya. Karena bisa tahu kan, oh ini orang nih namanya Sausan, dia pernah sakit apa nih. Oke, kalau orang umur 20 tahun itu rentannya penyakit apa gitu ya. Nah, yang kedua yaitu financial service ya. Bank itu juga rentan teman-teman untuk terkena hack gitu ya. Makanya tadi dicontohkan sama Prof, Bank of Bangladesh gitu ya. Itu sampai kehilangan miliaran dolar gitu ya, karena itu tadi kena hack dari hacker itu tadi gitu ya. Sama tadi mungkin dicontohin oil company gitu ya. Jadi kalau di Amerika tuh teman-teman, oil company itu udah mungkin nggak manual lagi ya, semuanya udah tersistem. Nah, ada salah satu hacker, dia itu nge-hack oil company ini, jadi pipeline-nya yang harusnya oil ini bisa jalan, itu jadi berhenti. Akhirnya si hacker ini minta tebusan gitu ya ke company ini supaya biar oilmu tuh bisa jalan lagi. Gitu ya, makanya itu pentingnya tadi cyber security. Nah, makanya ada beberapa ya yang harus kita hati-hati. Pertama ada content of email dari emailnya, terus download files gitu ya. Mungkin kalau sekarang di Indonesia banyak yang di WhatsApp itu ya teman-teman ya, yang kita perlu hati-hati. Itu. Makanya tadi Prof juga bilang kalau pas dia datang ke Indonesia dia harus bayar $90 gitu ya. Padahal harusnya $35 karena mungkin Prof nggak ngerti kalau itu legitimate email gitu ya. Jadi dia beliau langsung ngisi data aja, ternyata itu bukan email yang benar. Seperti itu. Mudah dipahamin ya? Oke, semangat ya.
Thank you. So now they have 2 minutes time, right?
Kira-kira topik, what kind of topic of cybercrime yang mungkin kalian lagi hot di antara kalian gitu. Atau mungkin tadi temannya ada yang nggak ngerti, silahkan dijelasin lagi gitu ya. Ada 2 menit break ya.
Okay, guys. Should we continue? So thank you so much, Ms. Susan, for explaining in Indonesian language. As I told you in the start, this topic is bit difficult and boring, okay? So there are more technical words, but I believe my effort and her effort is good for you, right? So far you are able to understand, right? Yes? What about you? Yes? Should we continue? Great. Okay, guys, let's talk about, what we need to do is financial. There are several keywords. On the one hand, we have fraud, right? On the one hand, we have financial crime. So we need to understand the difference between a fraud and a crime as well. And then we need to look at how we look into financial security perspective. You know, in 2019, just to give you an example, $181 billion was spent by companies in order to comply with the rules and regulations. Okay, 181 billion rupees, dollars were spent in order to make the regulation. For example, in your university, in your college, for example, if some student is constantly absent without any reason, without any information, or if some student is having a fight with another student, I believe university can impose a fine, right? They can issue you a letter of warning, or they can issue you a fine of, I don't know, 1 million rupiah, right? So this is known as compliance fine. That means companies need to, similarly, if some companies are not protecting the data of the consumers, then the regulators like the government and other organizations, they can impose a fine so that they remain on track. It is just like you are driving a motorbike or you are driving a car and you are not parking on the right place, or you are driving too fast, or you are driving very dangerously. Police can stop you and they will stop you, right? So this is known as a compliance fine. Similarly, in the data security, in the cyber security, if some companies are not following the rules and regulations, need to pay fine. So in 2019, 180 billion dollars were paid by the companies in order to comply those rules and regulations. So that means, this is a lot of money that we need to have in that. So please remember that normally the financial crime, the crime related to money, that is generally regarding money laundering and bribery and tax. Money laundering means, we send money from one bank to another bank account without proper declaration. For example, if I earned money, as a bribe, okay, or I have avoided tax in Germany, I can send money to friend here in Indonesia and then I can have holidays. So that I can avoid taxation. So this is one of the reasons. So this is known as a financial fraud that is happening. So a financial crime. So this is a crime that is punishable. That means I can face fine, I can face jail, imprisonment. So this is a very serious thing. On the other hand, fraud generally, such as, credit card scams, such as, deceptions, or maybe changing some data. So this is known as, the fraud. So that means both are bad things. Fraud is a bad thing. Financial crime is a bad thing. But the financial crime is a very, very bad because it deceives on a very large scale. As I gave you example of, tax evasion. So that means if you do not give tax to the government, if you avoid paying the taxes, you make more money but you pay less. This is also a financial crime. And then you money launder that money. Money launder means illegally transfer money without letting the government, without letting know the properly banks how they are going to get the money. So this is a very bad thing. For example, another example I could give you, if I make a lot of money by teaching you in Brawijaya, so millions of dollars, I need to tell the Indonesian government that I made this money because I need to pay tax, right? Then I need to tell my German government that I made this money, okay? So I need to tell German government as well. If I do not tell both governments, I will be doing a financial crime, right? Because I'm taking all the money and I'm just having, use of that money. So here we need to look at how we can stop financial crimes, like how we can stop money laundering, how we can stop corruption, and so on. Similarly, we need to look at how we can manage our cybersecurity systems. I have already given you example of the cyber attack or the frauds or the financial crime that happened to the Bank of Bangladesh. So the hackers have stolen 20 million US dollars from the most important bank. So this is very bad things that are happening. If we look at the question is how we can manage the cybersecurity issues, how we can overcome. It is just like that, a thief, right? If a thief is coming at your home, for example, you are studying, your mom and dad is working, so no one is at your home. If a thief is trying to enter your home, maybe they will take your computers, your gold, your other money and diamonds and everything that you have, right? So now the question is how we can stop our thieves to enter in your home. Similarly, in cybersecurity, we need to also have a better protection system, and for that protection system is, for example, if you want to avoid thief coming into your home, maybe you will ask your neighbor, okay, today there will be no one at home, please take care of our home, no one should enter, or if you see someone, please call the police or call me, I will immediately come, right? Similarly, in cybersecurity, we need to have a collaborative model. Collaboration means we need to collaborate, we need to have a cooperation with other partners. And the goal is to have independent roles, responsibilities, and reporting. So there is one department, they make all rules and regulations, they invest the money, they buy the equipment so that, not bad people are entering. The second model that we have is partially integrated model. Partially integrated model means in that we are working towards many institutions. So there is not only one company, there are 10 companies, 20 companies, they are working together to make a collaboration. This is known as a partially integrated and uniformed model. Means we as an organization, we have a single department who will take care of everything. So that means it is just like an army, or this is just like a police. There is one department that take care of everyone. Instead of police for one city, police for second city, police for third city. So that means you need to have a unified approach. That means one single, very powerful department that can manage everything. So these are the three cybersecurity related models. There is an interesting video, by the way, available on YouTube. I have given the link, and I believe you will get these slides, so please watch as well. So it will also enhance your knowledge and skills. Now we will talk about data protection, right? We have already talked about the data. So data could be many forms. Please remember that data, as per the definition, it could be any information. Your ID card, your driving license, your passport, your debit card, your credit card, your passwords for Instagram, your favorite, app, your email address, each and everything. So any information that is valuable is known as data. So we need to protect our data, as we have been talking about that. So, in Europe, we have rules. If there is a company who is not protecting the data of its customers or its employees, that company can be fined 20 million, euros, 20 million. So that is a lot of money, I believe. Okay. So, or 4% of organization's total revenue. For example, if my company is working internationally, and let's assume I am earning $100 million. So if my companies fail to protect your data as a customer data, I can find up to 4 million. So that means out of 100, up to 4% or otherwise 20 million. So this is a huge amount of money that companies need to pay if they are not following the data protection rules and regulations. So therefore, we need to be very, very careful, and I have also put one interesting short video here which you can also watch. Now, let's talk about the regulations. One of the important developments that are happening in the cybersecurity and in the digitalization age is there are many financial technology companies that are popping, like Dana, GoPro, Ojek, there are many other companies. So these, how we protect the data. For example, I was giving example to the morning class. I was using Gojek in my stay during Indonesia, so I have put my credit card details. I'm not sure how much, even though Gojek is a very successful company, they are quite big, but if hackers access the data of Gojek, that means my credit card details are visible, so they can use my credit card, so they can spend money from my credit card. This is a big issue, right? So there are many, many frauds that are happening. So what we need to do is we need to have an innovative approach. So that means we can take new tools, we can develop new softwares, and we can collaborate with other organizations in order to bring those approaches which are best suited for our data protection reasons. So here you can see there is a company, German fintech, they collapsed. There are many other companies, they are collapsing. So that means even there are many companies which go bankrupt. I will give you one example, FTX. How many of you have heard FTX? This is a company, they have $10 billion fraud in USA. $10 billion. This is a cryptocurrency. How many of you know cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency, do you know? Bitcoin? Bitcoin. So some of you know Bitcoin. So this company was trading Bitcoin. It was an exchange. This company now is bankrupted. So that means this company now is finished because they did a fraud. So we need to be very, very careful where we are going to invest money. What are the security risks that we are going to face? So this is a very interesting quotation that is by the chairman of the bank. You will be able to read on your, in your presentation regarding the cybersecurity issues. So now I would like to end our presentation. Once again, I will try to rephrase what are the key takeaways from this presentation. You are a business administration student. You will be working as employees. You will be starting your new businesses. You will be studying. So the purpose of this cybersecurity and data protection topic to share with you was that you understand at least in the starting point, okay? Like what is a cybersecurity? What is the data protection? What could be bad if the data of your personal data, your family data, your bank accounts, your financial data, even your customer data is leaked, and how much consequences you will have. So there is a huge, challenges that organizations are facing. So what we need to do as an organization, as a government, constantly developing new methods in order to protect against the thieves that are in digital world that are available, right? Now, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask the questions.
Okay. So, we're going to the Q&A sessions. The first questions.
Kan di era sekarang banyak seperti saya gitu ya Bu, mahasiswa kan banyak yang memesan secara online. Nah, cara kita memastikan data pribadi kita aman itu bagaimana ya Bu? Dan kan ketika kita pesan misalnya di Shopee gitu kan, itu kan terdapat alamat, nomor telepon dan lain sebagainya. Seperti itu.
Okay, so many students are buying online, and how can we protect our data, especially like when we want to buy like Shopee, like a e-commerce platform? Yeah, we input all our data, right? Like our name, our address, like how we can keep it safe.
Okay, this is a very interesting question. The good thing is try to buy from those companies which are famous. So if there are companies which are new, they are not famous, do not buy from them. You never know, they are, try to buy from those companies which are very established. So we are more sure about them compared to the new companies. I try to avoid buying online except from well-famous companies. Otherwise, I don't buy online because you never know my data, credit card details can be taken.
Jadi lebih hati-hati ya untuk memilih company yang kita beli. Okay, for the next question, the second question.
Yes, from this gentleman.
Oke, mungkin pertanyaan ini tuh masih nyambung sama pertanyaan dari teman saya, Bu. Saya mau bertanya, kan kalau misalnya kita benar kata Priska, kalau misalnya banyak sekarang mahasiswa yang apa-apa online gitu. Nah, itu kan ada drivernya ya, Bu. Secara nggak langsung kan sebenarnya data kita tuh bocor ya. Kayak alamat, terus nama, terus itu gimana, Bu? Apakah kayak perusahaan e-commerce sendiri sebenarnya secara nggak langsung itu kan menyebarkan informasi kita gitu, Bu?
Okay, like maybe like the majority of Indonesian buying online, and then like the driver when like they send the goods to our house, they already know our house, right? And how can we save our data? Like I think like the question is related with the previous questions.
My answer is try to buy from those companies which are famous, which are well established. So if I'm the new startup, if I'm the new company, you never know about my internal control systems and about my strengths and weaknesses. So if there is a very good company, then there are very less chances that something bad happen. So this is the answer to the question.
Yeah. But it means that we buy online on e-commerce, Shopee or Tokopedia. I don't know what Amazon maybe. Like, and then Amazon has our data, right? Have our data, and then the deliver send it to our house. Like, but Amazon is trusted, right?
Yep.
How can we share that Amazon will not spread our data?
Well, as I mentioned, if there is a very good company, international company, or there is a very famous company, there is more chances that this company will not do anything bad with our data. So this is my point, okay? So then of course we have no other choice, but if there are 10 companies, maybe we can trust on 2 companies which are good one and skip the other 8 companies.
Okay, yeah, gitu ya. Maybe by this part, from this part.
I heard that Bank of Switzerland is the safest bank in the world.
Which bank? Okay.
I wonder how the cyber security is work for the company.
Well, they are safest in this regard that if you have billions of dollars and or billions of dollars illegal money and you bring money to the Switzerland, they will not give this information to anyone else. So from this point of view, they are very safest. And of course, so secrecy is their weapon. So secrecy is their main target. And normally, you know, they are also secure. So they are good banks. Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like to move the money from Indonesia to Switzerland?
Jadi mungkin koruptor nyimpennya di Switzerland ya.
Okay, so thank you. So the cybersecurity is to protect important data, but there are several cases of data leaks. And then whether this deficiency or a bad thing about the cybersecurity. And then how does cybersecurity respond or take action regarding the case? For the example, you know, in Germany, how they do it.
Miss Susan, can you rephrase the question? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like how cybersecurity works in Germany.
How works
like
in Germany?
If case happen, how the regulations maybe responded. Maybe your example yesterday, you can share to him.
Which example yesterday?
So
Wirecard. Yeah, okay. Okay. There is, there are good people and there are bad people everywhere. Mostly there are good people, right? All over the world. It's not about Indonesia. It's not about Germany or USA. There are some bad people that can happen. And especially if there is 1 or 2 bad employees, then they can steal the data or they can do the corruption. And, they avoid, they can steal the money of their customers. Similarly, we had a case in Germany, Wirecard, the name of the company, I also showed the slide Wirecard. So in which one of the top employees, they were involved in the fraud. So they were, taking money from the business, putting their own pocket. Okay. So that was a case of not a cybersecurity, rather it was a case of financial crime. And then company bankrupted. So that means company, because if there was too much damage to the company and investors like shareholders lost $24 billion. And now the regulators are trying to recover from, trying to find the people who did this, and there is a court case going on. So then it is in cybersecurity, regulation means the government departments, they need to play a very, very important role, right? Yes.
Oke, teman-teman kalau mau translate ya. Jadi seperti contohnya di Jerman itu adalah satu startup di mana namanya Wirecard. Gitu ya. Jadi dia tuh penghubung lah antara bank satu dengan bank lainnya di luar negeri gitu ya. Nah, salah satu employee-nya itu ada yang melakukan fraud, teman-teman. Jadi harusnya uang itu dimasukkan ke rekeningnya bank, malah itu secara otomatis ke rekeningnya dia sendiri. Yang mana akhirnya karena kehilangan banyak uang, akhirnya si Wirecard ini bangkrut gitu ya. Karena apa? Itu tadi itu mempengaruhi dari saham itu sendiri. Gitu ya. Jadi para investor nilai sahamnya jatuh karena publik sudah nggak percaya lagi gitu ya. Makanya itu pentingnya untuk menjaga keamanan gitu ya. Karena di case ini malah yang melakukan kriminal itu malah si employee-nya sendiri seperti itu. Okay, maybe from that side.
Yes.
Any
Do we have
question?
any question? Excuse me. Do you have a
Tanya yuk. Anyone?
Do you have a question? Good.
Okay, one of our lecturer want to ask.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so Prof, because maybe relate with our student, we know that Gen Z now. Intermezzo.
Hacker doing his skills. We don't know like what happened. Ya ini one of cyber security ya guys ya. Dihack ya teman-teman. Tes. Mati ya? Tes.
Okay.
Tes.
You know cybersecurity, right?
Tes. Okay, tes.
Tes.
Okay, so
Satu, dua,
okay, everyone pay attention. Miss Assa want to ask.
Okay, so
Okay.
maybe it will be related to our student.
Okay.
We know that now Gen Z are love to using social media,
Yes.
and they sometimes oversharing over their private lives, oversharing. So could you please suggest to our Gen Z regarding that? So mungkin
First of all, you need to define private life.
So because I think now Gen Z oversharing their private lives to social media. So do you have any suggest to Gen Z maybe,
Okay.
sir? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, this is an interesting question. The private life in the meaning of the word private life in Europe is different. In Indonesia is different. Okay, so it depends. If you are sharing the photos of your travel, you are going with your friends, eating or attending your class, or there is any other activity that is happening, that is fine. But if you are sharing your private photos, then it is a bad thing, and probably you should not give the passwords of your ID accounts to other ones, right? And so this is the suggestion I have, especially regarding the password. So we need to have a password protection. So I will give you one example of the password protection. At one time, email password. So my one password is linked with many different devices. I have 3, 4 different email and with bank accounts, and I use one, to have a password which you can remember and which you need to change after every week or 2 weeks. It's a lot of time, and you need to remember it. And if you change a password, maybe after 1 week you forget your password, and then you are unable to transfer bank and so on. At one time, I was writing an email, and one student was standing nearby me, and he was just looking at my password. Even though I don't know whether he saw my password or not, it was an email password in the university. And then I have the fear, maybe he know my password. Then I have to change the password, because exams are also available on the email addresses. So exams that we send to our faculty to print it. So that means the student could use that email ID in order to access the exams and sensitive information. Then I have to change passwords of everything, maybe 5 to 10 different devices. So that was very painful, So therefore, try to protect your password. So that is the idea that I have. Okay? Any other question?
So maybe for the last questions, anyone? Dalam bahasa nggak apa-apa teman-teman. Mungkin ada yang mau bertanya.
Ayo nanti dibantu sama Bu Sausan untuk translate. Mungkin sebelah sini.
Yes. Miss.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask, like in Germany, is there any cyber security company?
Yes, there are many cybersecurity companies. They give services to other companies to protect, for example, to update their softwares, to build firewalls and so on. Yes, there are many companies, and in Indonesia there are many companies who try to help, the other companies to avoid these kind of frauds. Right? Yes.
What is the example of the company in Germany?
Well, name of the company?
Yes.
There are several examples from the German context. For example, we have in Germany, the Federal Authority of Banking Supervision. So they also provide guidance and, trainings to the banks in order to protect their data, right? Then we have, the Federal Ministry of Interior, the Interior Ministry. They also try to give guidelines and help to the public sector organizations. They, to help them to better beef up their electronic defenses, means to install proper softwares and update those softwares and build additional firewalls and so on, right?
Is it owned by the private or by the company?
There are private organizations and there are public organizations. It is the same in Indonesia. For example, the Indonesian government, they have their own public companies that protect the finance ministry, the interior ministry, and then there are private companies who help, to give subsidies to the private sector, like private banks and so on, right?
Okay. Is it answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
guys.
Good. So far you are enjoying the class? Yes? So this is important, even though the starting point is important for you, so that you realize the cybersecurity is important. Once you start your job, you go to a bank or you start working in a company, they will also teach you, they will also give you a training like what is important, how to protect our customer data, right? So, thank you so much. Now, this is our second last class, right? So, we talked about, there was a question regarding the private life. So, I do not share my private life on Instagram, but only I use, because in certain countries, I'm not a very regular Instagram user. So, maybe if you have, we can connect on Instagram. So, this is my ID. So, but you will not expect any private life. So, only you will see Indonesian photos. Okay.
Okay, so feel free to follow Prof. Assa Instagram.
Yes.
You can open your phone, guys, right now and follow his Instagram.
Yes. And if you like the if you like my lecture, you can say it was good or it was bad. Right. So, guys, what we will do is we will take a break of before the next lecture. Should we have 10-minute break?
Yeah, 10 minutes break.
Okay.
Oke, teman-teman, kita ada waktu 10 menit. Silahkan yang mau
Very nice.
sebelum kita melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya. Gitu ya, sesi terakhir.
Okay, guys, enjoy your break. Please be on time. So, after 10, it should not be 20 minutes, only 10 minutes, okay? So that we can finish it and you can go to home and you can enjoy your life, right?
Oke, tolong on time ya teman-teman. Jadi nggak boleh ke bawah. Kalau mau ke toilet silakan ke toilet, tapi tidak ada yang turun ke bawah. Silahkan.
Oke teman-teman, kembalinya on time ya, biar cepat mulai lagi di sesi 2, biar cepat selesai.
Oke Mas, silakan. Mbak tuh Mbak, masih ada yang ngerokok Mbak di luar Mbak, tolong Mbak. This is going to be our last sessions. So untuk teman-teman yang belum masuk silakan di WhatsApp.
Okay guys, please take your seats. Excuse me, everyone, please take your seats and stop talking now. May I have your attention, everyone? Miss Charisma, maybe you can use microphone, or Miss Susan, request them that this is the last session and let's have a fun.
Oke, teman-teman, ini sesi terakhir. Jadi tolong benar-benar didengarkan karena materi ini sangat penting terkait dengan fundamental bisnis. Jadi sebagai mahasiswa apa yang nanti kalian kerjakan, apa yang kalian nanti akan memulai suatu bisnis bagaimana. Nah ini adalah nantinya bisa jadi bekal untuk kalian ya. Tolong benar-benar didengerin. Kemudian saya minta perhatiannya selama 45 menit ini fokuskan dengerin apa yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Aswak ya. Jadi silahkan yang punya handphone dilupakan dulu, disimpan di dalam tas. Ya, saya mohon perhatiannya ya. Jadi tolong disimak, didengarkan. Jadi nanti apapun boleh ditanyakan terkait dengan materi. Ya, saya mohon perhatiannya, juga mohon kerjasamanya sama teman-teman semuanya. Ya, mohon diperhatikan, didengarkan, dan dimaknai, diresapi ya. Karena ini materinya bisa jadi bekal untuk kalian, baik kalian menjadi mahasiswa atau setelah kalian lulus nanti. Ya, jadi kita memberikan materi itu sesuai dengan bekal kalian nanti ya, supaya ini juga bisa jadi pengetahuan tambahan kalian. Ya, oke, terima kasih semuanya. Ready, Prof? Maybe. You can give.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, how are you feeling? Good? Still I cannot see you are motivated. Are you motivated for the last lecture? Yes? No, the vote further go down. Okay, are you ready? Great. Okay, this is very important. The previous one was also important, but now I'm going to teach you some secrets of developing your business. How many of you would like to start your own business once you study, or even to be the good managers, good CEOs? How many of you have the plan to start your own business? Be an entrepreneur. Raise your hand if you would like to start your business. Okay?
Many students already have business.
Okay, wow. What kind of business you would like to start?
I would love to have a F&B business.
Okay, very nice. What about this side? What would you like to start or do?
I have a F&B business, food and beverage business.
Food and beverage business. Okay, right. From this side, what are the plans for your career? What you would like to do? Any idea what you would like to do? You would like to start your own business, you would like to work as an employee, what you would like to do? What do you think?
Textile.
Textile. You would like to start a textile business. Okay, great. So that means every one of you has some kind of, aim. So this topic, fundamentals of business, this is quite very much related to your business administration studies. So what I will be sharing with you, I will share what are the essential business skills. Ladies, excuse me, this is the last time I'm requesting. If you really need to talk someone, go outside, let other students and myself study. Okay? So we will talk about essential business concepts, then we will understand about business fundamentals. There are being a successful manager, if you are going to work in an industry or if you are going to start your own business, what are the top 4 skills that you need to become an entrepreneur or a good employee? So let's, you know already my introduction, so I will just skip your introduction as well. So let's come to the point, that is essential business skills. By the way, what is a business? Anyone would like to tell what is the definition of a business? What comes in your mind? Yes?
Thank you. Business is what we sell about product or service to make a profit.
Okay, very nice. Please have a big hand for her. Business means, purpose of business is to make something, or means a product or a service to make money, right? For example, this aqua company, they are making a business. This is a product they are selling and they are making money, right? Good. Okay, so let's start with a vision and mission statement. In business, please understand that what we need to understand, if you are going to work with a company or if you are going to start your own company, what is a vision of your company and what is a mission of your company. Vision means what is the long-term 10 to 50 years or 20-year goal that you would like to achieve. How you would like to see. When you will start doing your job, for example, if you go for a bank interview, definitely the HR people will ask you a question, how do you would like to see in next 5 years? What they are asking will be is, what is your mission? What is your vision? Like, if you say, okay, I have no goal, so I don't know what I will do for next 5 years. Believe me, they will not hire you. If you tell, okay, you are going to hire me as a junior manager, my next year 5 goal is to become a director. If you show your motivation. So that is the vision that you have. So this is very, very important for organizations. So the mission is what in short term you are going to achieve in which line of business. For example, this person said she would like to do a textile business. So that means the mission is the line of business. What kind of product, what kind of service. You are going to have a transportation business, you are going to have a cosmetic business, you are going to have an aviation business, or you are going to have a food and beverages business. So, why this business exists, what is the purpose? Let me give you an example of Tesla. How many of you know electric car maker Tesla, right? This company is very successful. This company made, they revolutionized the automotive industry by launching the first electric car. Which company launched first electric car? Tesla, right? So their mission is they would like to revolutionize the automotive industry in a sustainable manner. Remember, there are many climate change issues that we are facing. And electric cars, they are, user-friendly from an environment point of view compared to petrol and diesel cars. So that is why the mission of Tesla is they would like to revolutionize the, automotive industry by positively contributing to our climate change goals. So please remember these, objectives. As far as business is concerned, we just learned the definition of business. That means a business is an organization that exists in order to make profit or loss, means mainly profit. We can divide business into different categories. Mainly there are 2 main types. We have a profit business, a company that make, the existing purpose of that company is to make money. I have given you example of, let's take an example of Aqua again, or we have a smartphone company, for example. This is a Apple company, so this company Apple would like to make, profit by selling smartphones and by selling other services. On the other hand, we have non-profit organization. Non-profit are not for profit. This organization is not main goal to make money. For example, University of Brawijaya, it's a public sector university. The University of Brawijaya purpose is not to become rich and charge more and more tuition fee to you, because it's a public organization. They are non-profit. Whatever small fee that they get from you, even more money is given by the government, by the Java government or by the federal government in order to provide education, good education. So please keep in mind, for-profit organization and not for-profit organization. Okay. what is economic? What is economics? Anyone knows what is economics? I need definition of economics. In your own words, what is economics? When you see the word economics or economic, what is the definition? What comes in your mind when you see the word economics? Okay, please.
Oke, thank you Prof. Menurut saya ekonomi adalah sebuah perhitungan mengenai bisa dihitung dengan skala uang atau status sosial bisa juga.
Okay, thank you. May I have the translation, please?
Okay, she cites that economic is calculating and also about calculate money and think about social economy, social.
Okay. So, very nice. Thank you so much. Please have a big hand for her. Economics means, in simple words, we will come back to this word again. Let me explain economic system. Please, do you know how many countries we have in this world? How many countries we have? I have traveled almost 50 countries, okay? So I know how many countries I need to travel further. How many countries we have?
200.
200, wow. Please have a big hand. Okay, yes, we have approximately 200 countries in this beautiful world. And I can tell you Indonesia is one of the beautiful countries, okay? So, in 200 countries, remember that there are different people living. For example, in Indonesia, even in Indonesia, for example, in Bali, there are different people lives, means their culture is a bit different. In Java, there is a bit different culture. If we go to Sumatra or if I go to Jakarta, the culture is different. Bit, if you go to Malaysia, bit language is different. If you go to Thailand, culture is different. If you go to China, it's different. If you go to Europe or US, it's different. So that means there are approximately 200 countries, but we can divide the way the business work in those countries into 4 major groups. So we can categorize from a business point of view or from an economic point of view. Economics means how we make money, how we spend money, how this overall economy, the business runs. So we can categorize into 4 types. The first one is capitalism. Capitalism means in which the government has very less control. That means the private sector, the private businesses, they have every control. So they do most of the work. One of the best example is the USA. It is very easy. Within 5 minutes, you can open a company in USA. If you would like to start a business, in UK, in USA, you can open your company by sitting at your home in computer. So just enter some data, the name of the company, what you would like to do, so you can open your company. It's a very business-friendly country. Then we have communism. Communism is completely opposite of capitalism. In communism, the government controls each and everything. The best example is North Korea, right? So you cannot run your private businesses in a very freedom manner. So that means government controls, what you will do, what you will work. So it's a very controlled, right? Luckily, we are not in North Korea. We are in Indonesia, right? So government has very less control here. So you enjoy your freedom. Then the third one we have is socialism. In socialism, the basic utilities, for example, water, gas, electricity, railroad, aviation, that is controlled by the government, but then government gives some freedom to other people, right? For example, India is one of the examples. Then we have, Indonesia is one of the examples. Then we have a mixed economy. Mixed economy means there is a control of the government, but there is also high taxation. So government collect a lot of money from the people, from the businesses, and they give money also to the poor people. The perfect examples are, Scandinavian countries like Denmark, like Sweden, like Norway, right? So these are the 4 global economic systems. Please remember that whenever you would like to start a business, you need to understand in which country you would like to do the business. because that is very important. Whether you would like to do the business in Indonesia or in Malaysia or in China, because rules and regulations will be different, right? So this is important to understand that. Now, you know that we talked about economics. So there are two main types of economics. One is the microeconomics. You can see here on the right side, microeconomics means the study of an individual person, study of an individual family, right? On the other hand, macroeconomics, that means the study of whole economy. So if I'm talking about how many people are, having jobs in Indonesia, how many people are unemployed, what is the gross domestic product, like what is the total exports of Indonesia, that means we are talking about the macroeconomics. If I'm asking you how much money you spend on your rent, how much money you spend on your clothes, how much money you spend on your food and your, other things, that means I'm talking about microeconomics that we need to understand. Okay, remember that, as I said, we have 200 countries in this world approximately. The business rules and regulations, the economic system differ from country to country. And if you are working in a business environment, rules are quite dynamic. That means there are many, many changes that are happening in terms of, rules and regulations. So that means the business world is quite flexible. There are new technologies coming. So this is known as a dynamic business environment. If you are running your own business or if you are working in one organization, for example, like Air Asia or like in Gojek or GoPay, you need to understand what are the new changes in terms of new competitors are coming, what are your internal strengths and weaknesses, so we can understand the overall environment. So here you can see business is impacted by technology. Those companies which were successful in one point in time, like Kodak. Now we have smartphones, we take most of the photos, but previously there was a Kodak company. You put, a film inside in the camera and you take, 30 photos and that's it. Then you need to put new reel into that. Nokia, at one point in time, Nokia was very successful company, but no, Nokia is not very successful company because they lost their market, because they were unable to understand the business environment, the technology, the new people trends. So this is, we need to understand what are the politically rules and regulations are happening. I will give you one example. In European Union, they have decided that by the end of 2035, there will be no use of petrol cars. So that means Europe, there will be after 2035 only electrical vehicles. So the new cars will be sold electrical. So this is a new, very big political decision that the European Union has made. It will have a huge consequences on BMW, on Audi, on Porsche, on many other companies, on Toyota. So we need to understand overall the economic system based on the political factors, based on the social factors, based on the individual factors. Now, let's talk about, we talked about the definition of business. A business is an organization that sells a product or service, right? So what is a service or what is a manufacturing? A service means, a service industry means a company that only sell their services. For example, University of Brawijaya, they only teach you, teaching is a service. Banks are offering a service. You will not buy, if you come to Brawijaya or if you go to the bank, they are not selling something physically. So that means this is non-tangible. On the other hand, manufacturing sector means in which we have something tangible, which you can see, which you can touch. For example, this smartphone is a physical product. So this is a physical product. This mic is a physical product. So that we need to understand the difference between a service and manufacturing. However, there are some companies which are both service companies as well as manufacturing companies. And one of the good examples that we relate is iPhone. So iPhone, they are selling the physical product. They are also selling Apple TV, Apple Music. So Apple Music is not a physical. You cannot see the music. You cannot touch the music, right? So they are selling both. So this is a perfect example of both companies. Now, on the basis of the criteria, for example, a service company can be anywhere in the world. Nowadays, after COVID-19 pandemic, we are used to have digital technologies. For example, during COVID-19 pandemic, you were studying from home, right? You were using maybe, Google app, Google Meet, right? So you were here in Indonesia using Google Meet. I was using MS Teams or Zoom. In the start, it was quite challenging for us, especially for you and teachers, because internet connection is low. You are unable to see the big screen, right? But with the passage of time, as teachers, we found it an amazing tool to teach our students. The reason is, if I'm living, 5 kilometers from I was living 15 kilometers from my university. So before COVID-19 pandemic, I need to get up early in the morning, right? I need to do my breakfast. I need to wear some good, and because I'm going to campus, I need to drive my car. I need to park. Then there is a traffic jam. So remember, if you are living in Jakarta, it will be a hell of life. So then it will take me half hour to reach, in my city to my university. And then I need to go to my office. I need to get my laptop. I need to go to classroom. So overall, I need at least 1 hour before the start of the class. It was too much hassle. It was too much stress. But during COVID-19 pandemic, initially it was a bit difficult to get used to with Google Meet and the Zoom. But then sometimes literally I got up 5 minutes before my class, only 5 minutes. Just went to the restroom, put some, wash my face, maybe shave a little, and then maybe you are on the trouser, so you are wearing your sleeping trouser, and then only your nice shirt, so you put your shirt and sit in front of the camera and put few buttons, and you start talking, and your students are waiting, okay? So this was an amazing tool, which shows that those businesses which can use digital technologies, which are servers oriented, you can do it anywhere from the world. I have some pictures. 1 week ago, I need to work whole day back in Holland. So I'm also teaching in Holland, and there was some student presentation. I was sitting in Bali, in the Sanur, or is it Sanur, all right? Sanur area. So I was sitting in a very beautiful cafeteria, and there was just, 200 meter, not 200, even 50 meter away, there was Indian Ocean. And I was working all the day. I was listening to the presentations. I was having coffee or lunch and dinner. So that is the digital technology. That is a service, because I was offering a service. I was not producing any product. So that means these service companies can work from anywhere in the world. You only need two things. You need a good device, maybe your smartphone, maybe your laptop, and you need only good internet connection, right? And maybe some coffee. That's it, right? But in physically, if you are a production company, if you are producing a car, or if you are producing a textile, if you are producing juices, that means you need to have a physical. So that is the difference between a service company and service company as well as a manufacturing company. Now, guys, let me ask the question: how we can categorize? I would like to ask you the question. Categorize a business, whether it's a small business, like for example, how you categorize a university, small university versus big university versus large university. How you can categorize a business that is a small and that is a big. What is the criteria? Yes. Okay, mic is coming to you.
The difference is the amount of people.
The number of people, right?
Yeah.
The number of people. Like, have a big hand for this gentleman. There is another difference. There is another criteria on which basis we can differentiate. There is another difference. Okay, can you give the mic please to her? You raise your hand. No, I'm asking you. Maybe you said like that, so I thought you raised your hand. Okay.
Maybe the profit.
Okay, the profit. She has given a right answer. Thank you so much. So, on the basis of number of employees or on the basis of our assets, we can differentiate. I hope everyone knows what are the assets, right? So here, we can categorize organizations into 4 types. One is the micro enterprises, which we have less than 10 employees. Then we have small enterprises where we have from 10 until 49 employees. Then we have medium enterprises, they have up to 249. And then we have large employees, organizations. They have more than 50 employees. For example, Brawijaya University, it's a large organization because they have more than 250 employees. That means teachers, staff members. Let's take an example of Air Asia, right? Let's take an example of Lion Air. Let's take an example of KLM Airline. So they are all large organizations. So if you start your own business and if you have 5 people, that means it's a micro organization. So this we need to understand. Then here is the criteria on the basis of number of people and on the basis of profit, how much they are going to make, we can differentiate. So in case of, small organizations, you can see here the difference. Now I would like to stop here. Miss Charisma, I would like to give them a 2-minute knowledge break so that the purpose of this 2-minute break is that you discuss with each other what is business, what are the types of service organization, manufacturing, and what are the various types of business organization. So you are the teacher. Try to help each other, teach each other, so that basic concepts are clear, and then we will continue with our half of the lecture. Thank you.
Oke, jadi silahkan diskusi selama 2 menit dengan teman-temannya, ya. Setelah itu nanti perwakilan mereplay atau merangkum ya apa yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Assa. Jadi apa yang sudah kalian pahami, ya. Terkait dengan apa itu bisnis, kategori bisnis itu apa aja, kemudian jenisnya apa aja, terus perbedaannya apa aja. Nah, sekarang ada waktu 2 menit, silahkan didiskusikan, nanti saya tunjuk untuk memberikan penjelasan terkait hal apa yang bisnis yang tadi disampaikan yang sudah kalian pahami. 2 menit dari sekarang.
Oke, untuk 2 orang yang bisa kasih resume nanti akan dapat OVO atau GoPay dari panitia. 2 orang dapat. Oke.
Oke, ada yang sudah menemukan
yang lain? Yang lain?
Dari Pak. Oke, yang lain angkat tangan dulu sebelah sini. Ada yang
sebelah sana, sebelah sana.
Oke.
Sayap kanan. Nanti setor nama sama kelasnya.
Yes, of course.
Nama, kelas, nomor akte lahir.
Okay, my name is Fandiandano.
Okay guys, please listen. Excuse me. Hello, please listen.
My name is Fandiandano from N3F, N3F. Bahasa Indonesia. Jadi mengenai bisnis fundamental tadi saya mencatat yaitu yang pertama bisnis fundamentals, overview of essential business concept is a business vision statement, is a description of what organization hope to accomplish long term. Next, time of organization, this for okay. Tipe organisasi itu untuk profit dan yang kedua untuk bisa untuk tidak profit karena bisa digunakan sebagai achievement atau membantu perusahaan. Selanjutnya adalah ada global economic system. Yang pertama yaitu kapitalisme, kedua komunisme, ketiga sosialisme, keempat mixed economic atau control some enterprises.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he said in the business have mission and vision. Also in the business have public and private. Also have service and product to sell product. So in the global economic there is 6. Apa aja tadi?
Okay, that is fine. We know that.
Okay, another.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, so basically business is. My name is Alia. I'm from Entry I. So basically.
It's okay, you can sit and you can talk, no problem.
So basically, business is an activities that you sell a product. It will be a product physically or intangible products. Then the type of business. There are 4 type of business based on the employees that work at that organization. It's like the first one is micro organization. It would be 10 few employees through, and then.
So you understand this concept, 4 types of organizations, right?
Yes.
Great, that I wanted to make sure. Thank you, please have a big hand for her. Thank you. Okay. Okay, guys, now I'm very happy that you understood this topic. Okay, so I'm very proud of you. Please have a big hand for yourself. Thank you so much. Okay, now we are going to discuss 4 important skills of a manager. What are the management skills? Okay, remember, if you are a manager, if you are the boss, if you are the entrepreneur, or if you are the employee, you need to possess those 4 skills in order to be successful. So let's discuss what are the fundamentals of management. By the way, first of all, what is management? Management is an art, management is a science in order to accomplish different goals, different targets, right? So this is the management. That is why we say manager. That means a manager is a person who can complete certain tasks, right? So, because the main responsibility of a manager is to make good decisions for the organization. If you are working as an employee in a bank, or if you are working as a CFO, means Chief Financial Officer in a bank, the role of the manager is to make sure that the goals of the business are achieved. So that means every day you are going to make some decisions. If your organization is facing a cybersecurity threat, that means you need to mitigate that. If your employees are not working properly, that means you need to motivate your employees. If you need more employees, that means you need to hire employees. If still your employee after motivation is not working, you need to fire that employee. So this is also part of the job of the manager, hiring and firing. So let's talk about, there are 4 basic management functions or business functions of the manager. First of all, we have, the planning. Then we have leading, controlling, and, the leading, controlling, and organizing. So these are the 4 basic purpose or, basic skills that a management need or a manager need. As I mentioned, it could be for employees, it could be for the CEO. So let's talk about, first of all, what is planning? Planning means what would you like to achieve in your, next 1 week, next 1 month, in 1 year, maybe in next 10 years or 20 years. So what is your goal? For example, if you are a student here, so what is the planning? Maybe you can plan for 1 semester. Like if you are studying, how many subjects are you studying in 1 semester? How many subjects? 6 or 7 or 4?
Berapa mata kuliah dalam satu semester? 9.
9. Let's take it simple. Let's assume you are studying 9 subjects in one semester, right? In 6 months, you need to complete 9 subjects. So the goal will be, or the planning would be, in some subjects you are quite good, so you like it. But some subjects you don't like it, right? When I was in school or university, I hated chemistry or maybe biology. So similarly, it could be anything for you. So you are going to divide your time, how much time you are going to give to each subject. Those which are your weak areas, you are going to put more number of hours, right? So this is known as planning, right? If you are in a business world, planning means which product you are going to launch, when you are going to launch that product or service, who are your customers, how much money you will make. So this is all about planning. For example, when I came, when we were planning that I will visit here, I believe 4 months ago or 5 months ago, 4 months ago, I started conversation with Miss Charisma, right? So we were planning it like, first of all, the major challenge was to define or to find dates. So 4 months ago, we decided, okay, I will be coming in this specific week because I have teaching. So, I will be, when I will go back to Germany, I will have 1 day Sunday rest, and then on Monday I need to teach again. So that is important. Planning, that means how you are going to achieve your goals. So this is one important thing. In order to plan, if you are working in an organization, we need to look at internal strengths as well as external strengths or weaknesses, which is SWOT analysis. Maybe you have already done in your studies SWOT analysis, SWOT. That means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Like what as a person you are good, what are the challenges as an organization you are facing, and how you can overcome those challenges that we need to do. The second important goal is, our target is organizing. Organizing means, remember, we have your president. So let's take a simple example. So we have your president. So your president cannot do each and everything. He has his cabinet. So there are ministers of education, minister of defense, Minister of Tourism, Minister of Technology, Minister of Interior, security. So there are, and then each ministry has hundreds and thousands of employees working for them. So this is known as organizing, like how we are going to organize our work. If you are working as a boss, for example, you are the CEO of a company, you are the boss, you cannot do each and everything because you have less number of hours, 24 hours, you need to sleep, you need to work, you need to give time to family. So that means you need to hire managers. So a successful manager, delegate means organize their work so that, some work can be done by other people, right? For example, at the moment here we have Miss Susan, Miss Charisma. Your dean cannot be here because he has some other things to do. So he has delegated, he has organized work in such a way that this continue process. So this is known as organizing. Then here, next one, leadership. Leadership means as an employee or as a boss, you will need to motivate our employees. Remember, management of human resource, like management of people, is one of the very important challenges because some employees are working good, some employees are not working good. Maybe you know already, if you are running a company, as you know, some of you said you are running company, if you are the boss, if you are not working closely, if you are not monitoring your employees, they are not working, okay? True? So you need to motivate them, you need to monitor them, okay? So this is known as leadership so that they are going to do best work for you, okay? So this is known as leadership. So the role of leadership is to motivate everyone so that we can achieve our goals and targets. Then last one we have the management, controlling. Controlling means, you remember we have a planning. So we planned that, for example, you planned that you have 9 subjects in this semester and you are going to put study, at weekend you are going to study 9 hours. For example, on Saturday you study 4 hours, on Sunday you study 5 hours. So you are going to give 1 hour each for revision to your subjects. This is known as planning, you have planned it. Now, at the end of the week, you will control whether you have studied each week 1 hour or not. This is known as controlling. So if you are not studying as per your plan, then you need to make some changes. Maybe suddenly your friend, they called you, they said, okay, let's go to Batu or let's go to, other city for, for family get together or for some player, let's go to coffee shop and something like that. So you need to know that, okay, you have not achieved your target and now you need to make a corrective action. So that means you are controlling yourself. So this is the most important, component of management. So let me cut it short. Whatever you do as a student, as an employee, as a boss, as an entrepreneur, wherever you go, you need 4 these basic management skills. That means planning, organizing, leading and controlling, so that you can organize your life in a better manner. And this is the key conclusion of our topic. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. No, it's a question time.
Oke, teman-teman ada pertanyaan terkait dengan manajemen, terkait dengan apa yang akan kalian kerjakan bila kalian ingin memulai suatu bisnis. Ini mana? Cek. Ada yang ingin ditanyakan? Masa nunggu dapat OVO lagi? Oke. Yang lain. Masa itu terus? Nanti profnya bosan lihatnya. Enggak.
Dari kelas B mungkin?
Oke, setiap kelas punya perwakilan mungkin ya Bu Silva ya?
Setiap kelas.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak apa ya Bu ya? Yeah, I have a question. So in Indonesia, it's not easy to do the hiring and firing. Kan ada regulasi dan lain sebagainya, itu kan menghambat untuk kita memecat seseorang dengan begitu gampangnya gitu kan. Nah, if there is not working employees, how we as a leader to motivate this employee?
Okay.
Another question?
His question was, it is not very easy to hire and especially to fire an employee in Indonesia. In USA, let me start with an example. In USA, it is very easy to fire an employee. So within, you are fired. So your boss said, you are not working, you are fired. That means you are fired because you have not much protection. In Germany, it is completely opposite. So you cannot fire like that. In Indonesia, as I mentioned, you mentioned that there are many regulations, the labor laws, right? So he said that we can manage and motivate our employees. First of all, important thing is when you hire an employee, make it clear what are the roles and responsibilities, what we expect, how much money we are going to give you, what is expectation. So make it clear. There should be ambiguity in between. Then have regular meetings with the employee. Check the performance of the employee. If employee is not performing well, then have a discussion with him or her. Ask what is happening. Maybe his or her family members are sick, or you may some other kind of. So if still that employee is not motivating, so you need to give a warning. So written warning. Okay. So you have a proof that you have a meeting this today and you are not performing well. In order to motivate employee as well, in our culture, Indonesian or Asian culture, we need to invite them, for parties, for social events, for food, gifts on Eid and other social events. So we need to give them a good compensation, so good money. At the one hand, good money. On the other hand, keep an eye on the performance and checking it. So these are some of that you can use.
Okay, understand? Okay. Thank you, Prof, for explaining. Another question, please. Sebelah sini.
From Tantri.
Yang pojok.
Ini Mbak.
Oh ya, silahkan, please.
Okay, thank you. This is the second question from your side today.
If we want to build our own business, we have to have a leading skill, right? Yeah, leadership. So, what we can do as a vocational student to have that leading skill from a very little way, like very simple way.
Okay, the leadership skills, to make improvement in our life is an incremental thing. So it's, it's not a radical. So there are two approaches of improvement. One is the radical improvement. Radical means you sleep today, tomorrow you are the president, or you have the complete all the skills. It's just like Bollywood movies, they transform very quickly. But however, in reality, we make changes every day. For example, one of the best way to have your leadership is skills. For example, if your teacher give you an assignment to do in class and it's a group work and you have 5 girls or 5 boys to, in the group, and you can tell, okay, I would like to coordinate this activity. Maybe you can become a class representative, right? There should be some class representatives, or maybe the group leader. So this is the starting point, and you can coordinate the work of, that the project you are going to complete it on time. You read more, or you get slowly and gradually more confident, because if you are more confident, then you are better leader, because you are not going to shy. So these are the very small tips from the student perspective I can give you, right? So be the leader. If there is a small task, for example, if your teacher is saying, who is going to help me, in arranging the chairs, or who can help me to do this one, so come to the forward, you can take other people. Not everyone would be willing to become a leader or willing to do the work. So sometimes the leader need to do some extra work, right? So this is the way you are going to build your confidence. Okay?
Thank you for the answer.
You are welcome.
Salah satu caranya adalah banyak membaca dan akan membuat kepercayaan dirimu akan bertambah. Seperti itu.
Okay, so we need improve our mentality.
Yeah, our mentality like reading, writing, and speaking.
Yeah.
So one thing, readers are the leaders. So those people who read a lot, you will have more knowledge, and then of course you automatically become a leader because other people will have less knowledge, right?
That's correct. Siapa yang membaca di sini? Masih membaca? Daripada scrolling media?
Last question.
Next question.
Okay.
Hello, Prof. Indonesian government set a goals for 2045 to be an advancing country. Yeah. We know that one of the terms is advancing country is the high income country.
High income country.
Yeah. Does the business that we want to build has the effect of the goals that our government set?
So, if I correctly understand, your question is your government set a goal that in 2045 Indonesia will become an advanced economy or developed economy like Europe. So your question is, whatever business you are going to start, will it have an impact?
Yes.
So yes, I can say that it will have an impact, because you need to be more efficient, more competitive, because there are many people in this world, there are many fishes, right? Yeah. So you need to be a fish that is very strong, who can deliver a better service, who can be efficient. At the same time, you can save the cost, and your customer love your product or service. That, of course, you will survive. Otherwise, businesses will not survive. There are multinational companies will take over.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. I understand. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe the last question for me, Prof. So maybe you can give our tips. What business can we do as because we still are student? Or do you have give us tips? What business can we do?
I will give one advice. I wish someone has given me advice when I was sitting on the other side of the table. You are the student. The average age here is 20-year-old, right? Right? So you have a lot of time. Being a student, you have some free time, right? So you are not studying all the time, right? So the best would be to work part-time, even if you have to do free of cost. Maybe it's an online company, maybe it's a food delivery company, any company that you like, means in your area of interest. For example, she said she would like to do a textile business. Maybe spend some couple of hours in a textile business, get some experience. The better you get an experience, the early you start looking at the business, so learning, so first few years as an employee, and then you will, Okay, how to be an employee, and then once you become your boss, your manager, then you know how to control your employees or how to get a business idea. So keep your open. So this, I would say that get some experience as early as possible. So you enjoy your life, you know, you are a student, you have no responsibilities, probably your parents are paying your fee for tuition and food and everything. Use this time in order to get some experience in your field. Right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oke, jadi sebagai mahasiswa kalian kan masih punya banyak waktu luang, ya, banyak waktu luang yang bisa kalian kerjakan untuk hal-hal yang lain. Salah satunya adalah untuk memulai mencoba untuk mendirikan suatu bisnis. Nah, bisnis itu sebelum kalian memulai bisnis, tadi kan sudah dijelaskan terkait dengan fundamental bisnis. Jadi apa saja yang harus kalian persiapkan? Yang pertama adalah melihat kondisi lingkungan, apa visi misinya, ya, kondisi makronya seperti apa, kondisi mikronya seperti apa, sehingga kalian bisa menentukan bisnis apa yang cocok untuk kalian jalankan. Nah, rencananya nanti bisnisnya sudah rencananya mau dibawa kemana bisnisnya, jangka panjangnya seperti apa, strateginya bagaimana. Nah, setelah kalian bisnisnya jalan, kalian harus memanage dengan baik, ya. Salah satunya apa? Kalian punya planning, organizing, ya, dan sampai dengan terakhir tadi adalah controlling. Ya, itu adalah dasar-dasar dari manajemen yang harus kalian miliki. Kalau biasanya di Indonesia it's called POAC, planning, organizing, actuating, and controlling, Prof. Ya, tapi tadi kita dapat ilmu baru bahwasannya tidak hanya POAC aja, bahwasannya ada planning, organizing, leading, also controlling. Ya, jadi ilmu yang diberikan oleh Prof. Asfak ini sangat bermanfaat. Karena apa? Untuk menambah skillnya, khususnya skill manajemen kita, ya, yang nantinya bisa kita jadikan sebagai bekal kita nanti setelah kita lulus maupun kalian sebagai student yang akan memulai suatu bisnis. Ya, kalau kalian memulai suatu bisnis, kalian otomatis akan jadi bosnya. Itu pasti akan punya privasi sendiri, kalian akan punya kebanggaan bagi diri kalian sendiri. Kalian bangga nggak kalau kalian sudah bisa menjalankan suatu bisnis? Bangga nggak, Mas, sudah punya bisnis sendiri? Nah, salah satunya makanya di dalam suatu bisnis itu kalian juga harus melihat resiko yang ada. Makanya tadi juga dijelaskan terkait SWOT analysis. Jadi kalian saya rasa sudah tidak asing lagi terkait dengan bahasa SWOT analysis, ya. Nah, setelah dari SWOT analysis itu sampai dengan controllingnya bagaimana tadi juga sudah dijelaskan oleh Prof. Asfak. So far it's very important for us. Jadi ini sangat penting untuk kita sendiri, kita masing-masing, ya. Jadi saya menganggap kalian semuanya sudah paham terkait dengan fundamental bisnis, ya. So kalau kalian sudah paham, jangan lupa dikerjakan pre-test dan post-test yang di-share oleh ketua kelas, ya. Oke, selain itu ada juga tugas terkait dengan mini artikel. Silahkan kalian buat resume terkait dengan masing-masing materi yang sudah disampaikan. Tadi sudah dicontohkan, kalian berdiskusi dengan teman-temannya, disampaikan resumenya. Sekarang kalian buat secara pribadi masing-masing. Itu adalah tugasnya, ya. Mulai dari awal materi, kalian kan mengikuti yang live secara di YouTube kan, meskipun tidak datang offline di sini. Nah, nanti bisa lihat siarannya. Atau kalau tidak, kalian bisa meresum apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Asfak hari ini. Oke, are you get it? Okay, thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Great, thank you so much. Guys, it has been pleasure to be here and talking with you. I'm so much inspired by my visit here and talking with you. So thank you so much for listening very patiently and asking many questions, and that is a great way. So keep rising and shining, and I would like to take the opportunity, please have a big hand for the management of this international seminar, this event, Miss Charisma, Miss Suzanne, Miss Asma, and there are so many other colleagues who were putting a lot of effort. So please have a big hand for them. Thank you so much.
Oke, Thank you, Prof. Before we have closing statement, maybe we have certification, giving certification. Maybe Mr. Lintang, also Miss Silva, we can give to certificate to Prof. Asfak. Yeah, after this, after we for your in your phones. Yeah. Mas, bisa minta tolong fotoin pakai good picture. In the in the middle. But still raining. Oh, below. Okay, we can try. Okay, thank you, Prof. Assa, for you teach our student. Thank you so much. Your theory, your material is very interesting for us, and very give us benefit. Maybe all committee can take photo together to in front of stage. Please use Vokasi style.
Okay.
Can I use it? Money.
So they are not giving me money, only certificate.
Okay, thank you. Jadi,
Can we have one photo with the students here? The way we have with the students.
Oke, teman-teman, ada yang mau foto sama profnya nggak? Oke, semuanya berdiri, kita foto bareng-bareng semuanya ya. Silakan berdiri. Kita foto yang merapat ke tengah, more closer. Boleh duduk di bawah, boleh. Ya, Prof.
Yang depan boleh duduk, nanti yang belakang berdiri.
Yang pojok segera, yuk semuanya, tidak terkecuali.
Silakan foto semua karena besok Prof. Asfak sudah kembali ke Jerman.
Ya, kalian termasuk beruntung dapat profesor dari Jerman jauh-jauh datang ke sini.
Raju depan Ju.
Oke, more closer. Mas tolong diatur ya. Okay, let's take your style, guys. Yes. Okay. First one, freestyle. Okay. Formal style. Formal. Okay. Vokasi style. Vokasi. Ayo. Balik lagi. Please wait. Vokasi. 1. Praktisi sejati. Oke. Kalau bisa saya bilang vokasi. We are. Oke. Take video